Good evening and welcome. So, day 52. As Nino's not completed the game yet. No, please consider I'm not a very skilled player, so I play really slow. So, please don't make fun of me. I'm not very good at this. So, I'm taking it slow and I'm still learning the game. So, things will take a little bit of time. But I am considering what should be the next game I'm playing here on the channel. And since there's no news about anything with Dyson Sphere, then it's probably going to be like an intermediate game that's just like, well, let's just have a little bit of fun with this game, which which I kind of want to play a game where I don't want people to show up, which is kind of silly. Yeah, I know it makes no sense. Not at least from it. Well, it does make sense. Um, I want to play a game so that it is very clear that the hype for Factorio is over, and now it's the lull, the valley where there has been a massive peak. Then there's the time for the valley before starting up with Dyson Sphere. Now, as awesome as it would be to sort of go from peak to peak to peak, then it's also healthy for us and for me to have like what are they called? Peaks and troughs? Valleys. Valley. That's the word. Yeah. Yes, that word, but I don't know how to pronounce it all. Like, it's a valley, okay? It's a valley. It's a local minima. Yeah. Yeah, so I want that to be there because I'm sure that anyone who works a corporate job, they get told, that's at least how it worked for me, that it was always like, oh, this is the most important thing, this is the most important deadline, this is the most important, you must understand that there's an important deadline and we have to work towards it, and we all got to give a little bit of extra. I'm going home now, but you keep working that extra because this is so important. It was always like that. There was never a time when a boss came to you and go like, yeah, we're kind of between things, so just chill and get to fix some things sort of on the backlog. All the stuff that we told ourselves that we would be fixing when we had time. Do those things. You never hear that. So for me, when I have a little bit more control of my workday, I think it's also good for me to make sure that instead of just going from hype to hype to hype, then to also just allow things to calm down and then pick up again. Are you just getting tungsten carbide via recycle, or did you improve your build? Seems so wasteful to me. It is wasteful, but
champion returns.
yeah. Hey, Fortino. Oh, see Fortino. Gynacube, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you so much for 44 months. Wow, you could have sat on that one, tier 3, for an opportune moment. Thank you so much for 44 months and a loyal level 3 at that. Region with second derivative greater than 0. Yes, or yeah. What? With second derivative greater than 0. Sure. Something. Anyway, so what are we gonna do as other games? Well, on the 27th of January, there is a new mode for Darkest Dungeon 2 that's being added. So I think I'm gonna play that. I also have a game that there are certain games that I always sort of come back to from time to time, like, and now I guess you're thinking like, oh, actually not included. No, not that one. But Souls games are just a favorite of mine. I've been playing Sekiro from time to time, just doing that. I think that a playthrough of Elden Ring, or at least Elden Ring Shadow of the Earth Tree, would be interesting. Mr. Hightower, thank you for the 27 months.
Welcome home.
So, that's yeah, that's an option. Another game that hey, Kentek, thank you for the 17 months. All right, so another game that is a surprisingly good game that has no business being such a good game as it is Dune Spice Wars. It is such an enjoyable game. It is like, I don't know why. it's like it's an RTS game without all the stupidity of RTS games. What I mean by that is like must create craft additional pylons, and you build more workers. If you play like a traditional RTS, then it's all about building more workers. It's all about economy, and it's just like keep going. But Dune Spice Wars is like you're a little bit limited. There are some things that work, some things that don't work, but different strategies. There's a great political system, a great spying system, a great resource system, a great combat system. Like there's so many things to it, and the combat is not like, yeah, my doom ball of something coming all over. It's very strategic in the sense that, yeah, okay, if we move out this way, then we're vulnerable over here, and you kind of have to balance things out. So make space red and green signs legendary with your asteroid recycler, because it's not going to be very much quantity wise. So yeah.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Did you take your Timberborn playthrough any further? No, I did not. There is... hey, Tall Connor, thank you. Timberborn. I don't know. There's also... First look at update 7. So maybe on update 7. I don't know. I'm having a little bit of issues, and this is nothing to do with the game, but the mechanistry, the developer have just been a little bit annoying to work with, and it has really bothered me, like how annoying they've been to work with, and that affects my desire to play the game, to be perfectly honest, and it's totally unfair, but it's just how things go, right? Sometimes. Don't benefit much from legendarizing, I would think. Well, I mean, they benefit from just a factor 6 in productivity or in efficiency, but you know, I don't know. I didn't do it, and I could, and maybe would be a good idea, but I didn't. So right now we have 240 science, green, red, and blue science. So it's actually the purple science that should be made into legendary, which, or not legendary, but should be made into space science. Should be made into 240 per second, which is a little bit tricky, and it can't be done anywhere except on Volcanus, to be honest, I think. So that's, I don't think I can do it anywhere but Volcanus. And I certainly can't make 40 per second of legendary, or can I? No, that's a lot of stone. That's a lot of stone. But then again, you know, maybe. What if you launch legendary stone into space? Then you get launch 6% less. Yes, that's true. But we're still talking about like 60 signs per second. 60 purple signs per second is almost 400 per second. So I need 4 times as much. That is 1600 per second. So even if you divide by 4, we're talking about launching more than 200 per second. That's a little bit much. Those are rounding numbers, but launching 200 legendary stone per second, yeah, it's not really going to happen, right? I really think 240 normal science in purpose is easier than 40 legendary. Oh, absolutely. It is. It is. And it's something we can do. But I actually have a challenge. The title for today is the challenge. And maybe you don't see this, but there has been a lot of talk between me and Samugot primarily about different ideas of how to get holmium. And I have been a big... what's the opponent of a proponent? Or the opposite of a proponent? You're a proponent of something, or you're a... I don't know. I've been against detractor. Detractor is not the same thing. Opponent. I guess opponent is, of course, the logical. Yes, a bit of opponent of the electromagnetic plant upcycling. Because if we're like, okay, if we're gonna do an advanced recipe, we might as well do the better one, that is the supercapacitor. But there is an advantage. The supercapacitor, building that in space is god awful. We do that already, and do we? No. Well, no, we don't. But it requires 5 items. One of them being electrolyte, which is awful, and another one being blue sticks, the superconductors, which is also annoying. Which again is more holmium. So it's not great to do that, and it gets a little bit annoying because then you need the recipe for electrolyte. You also need all those ingredients, plastic and copper and weird stuff, and then it just becomes really elaborate. But electromagnetic plant has the advantage, even though it's less effective.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Error Ichik.
Praise the sub.
Error, thank you for the gift sub. The advantage is that everything can be crafted from scrap. So when we started looking into this, it actually was like, well, that means that we can build like a self-contained module that is taking only scrap inbound, like only scrap and heavy oil, but only scrap. And then from that, do everything there and delete the rest. So like, that would be interesting, because then we could sort of build it to a certain size and then maybe make a module that makes 1 legendary holmium per second, and then everything else gets deleted. Because if we could do that, we could just stab it down 20 times, right? And that's kind of the idea. It also sucks that holmium ore is only 1% of scrap. Yes and no. It sucks, but it also is the catalyst for a lot of creativity. So some things that are weird and bad is also some things that can be turned into sort of interesting optimization problems. It's one way to use all the concrete you get from scrap. Currently jammed by concrete. I mean, you can't really jam on anything. I mean, you shouldn't jam on anything, because if you jam on something, that's because you haven't set up your automatic deletion, and you have to set up the automatic deletion. Otherwise, you will jam on everything on Fulgore. You can't be consuming everything at exactly the ratio that is being crafted. So you're gonna have to deal with excess somehow, and you need to have excess of everything. Maybe with the exception of holmium, because holmium is one of those things where, well, you always want that, right? I don't like the idea of deleting concrete though. It's free. So, yeah. I noticed in my YouTube episode, I had built for the LDS shuffle I built long ago. That one had just kind of had a little flaw to it, where it didn't quite recycle the legendary plastic. It kind of recycled, but it also kind of sort of threw it out and took some new in. So I had 300,000 legendary plastic on Volcanus. I'm like, oh, 300,000 legendary plastic. Like, I don't know what to do with that. What are we gonna do? I mean, throw it in the ocean, of course, but aside from that, I don't know what to do with 300,000 legendary plastic. Yeah. So, make legendary red chips. I already have as many legendary red chips as I want. So, I don't know. Is there anything that needs it? So, make Pentapod eat it. Yeah. I don't know. Plastic is not really used for anything except red circuit, right? A bit for LDS, but that's not really used for anything. There's never anywhere too much. I think there is. Because we do have all the legendary red circuits we want. Of course, we don't have it in the quantity so we can make signs out of it. Plastic thrown into the ocean seems legit. It is. Yeah, so plastic doesn't really have a lot of purpose aside from red circuits. So, of course, we could feed it into red circuits, but then I'm still going to be like, what the hell are we going to do with that then? Like, that's more than 300,000 legendary red circuits. And then you could, yeah, but then, yeah, I don't know what. But I don't know what the red circuits would be. That would be like, well, that's a... That's the majority of the blue science, isn't it? Because the only reason why we don't do legendary blue science, it's not because of the engines, they're easy. It's not because of the sulfur, that's easy. It's because of the red circuits. So maybe that's an option, right? To make a great garbage patch. Yes, you should be able to make landfill out of plastic. Why only stop at once per second legendary holmium? Because otherwise it's not a module. Because that's it's 300 per second a scrap. 308 scrap per second can, with the right recipes and choices and all that stuff, become one legendary holmium. And that's a really, really good deal.
Our modest
So,
fellowship
thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you. Yeah. So yes, why only stop at 1 per second? Because then you make 1 per second, and if you like it, you could just copy paste it. But deciding something that's twice as big is twice as much problem. But deciding something at a certain size and defining it towards 1 per second is a really nice number. And it's not going to be exact, but it's going to be like around 1 per second, I think. And that's going to be our challenge today. I wanted to mess with holmium, so I think that's going to be a fun challenge to do. Yay! And yeah, so do you have a shortage of legendary holmium? What is it used for? It's used for legendary cryogenic science, and I use legendary cryogenic science. So right now I'm actually using more cryogenic science, more holmium than I'm producing, but I had a large stockpile. So I do need to have a consistent way of making it. And if I make something that's really good way of making it, then I could just go like, well, let's just make 20 of those and now make legendary, what's it called, that science? Pink science, right? What next games are on the horizon for you? Well, I mentioned Darkest Dungeon 2 is new mode is on the horizon. Dyson Sphere Program is on the horizon when that comes out. And aside from that, I don't really have a lot of things that are must play in the near future. Like we had a lot of things to look forward to in the fall, and that was Shapes 2, Satisfactory, Factorio, and well, they're now here. So what next? There's another update of Captain Industry that I'm looking forward to with trains. It's going to be fun. Hello, Hendo. And you know, then there's Factorio 1.0 and yeah, Captain Industry, yes. And then hopefully there will also be new games that will take us by surprise. It would be really lovely to get a game as good as Dyson Sphere Program, just coming out of nowhere. That would be lovely. Or maybe I'll retire and get a real job. What made you change my mind on legendary science? I mean, astrology, I guess.
The champion returns.
The progression and ascension or descension of various celestial objects. Nothing. Heimdall, thank you for the 58 months. So Conrad, as you probably know, then I change my mind all the time about this, and I go back and forth between it's a good idea, it's a bad idea, it's a good idea, it's a bad idea. So I think we might as well attribute it to moon phases or some other silly things. So yeah, here's an interesting thing, right? When people say that they're affected by the full moon, and they go like, okay, cool, you're affected by the full moon, sure, but you can do that. But like, oh no, it's because of the gravity of the full moon. It's like, well, that's correct, but the gravity is actually stronger during the new moon. Do you also affected by that? Because just the new moon, it's the tidal effect is greater at the new moon than at the full moon. So if it's because of the tidal effect, then the new moon should have a bigger effect on you. But I'm guessing it's the full moon of looking up and go like, ooh, magic, ooh. Yeah. But on a more practical point of view, originally you thought it was not more efficient than productivity. Does it mean the actual is? No, it's not. It's just that it's a fun, different challenge. And for some things, it's worth it, but I want to just explore when it's worth it or not. Productivity is generally worth more than quality. But when you get the productivity and then also add quality, well, why not, right? Why not? I guess it's the light affecting us more than the gravity. Well, that makes sense 200 years ago, but it doesn't fucking make sense that now. Not a lot of people can see the difference between the light from a full moon and the light from just every other street light around. So, yeah, the whole light pollution thing, because that means you're going to be fucked up all the time. Well, maybe there is a point to that. But I can totally understand it that a lot of bad shit happened during full moon because, if you're going to be doing anything at night, you want to do it at full moon because you can't really do it anywhere else if sort of going back before a time of electricity or a time before streetlights. Then a lot of shit happened on full moon because that was the only time or the best time of year or the best time of month to do stuff at night. So satanic rituals or burglaries or anything like that, you do it on full moon because, you can actually see a little bit. Otherwise, it's just pitch black. Hey, Morgan, thank you for the 43 months. There we go.
Our illustrious champion returns.
But right now, the gravity thing makes no sense. The light thing makes no sense. So let's just say that it's some shamanistic magical thing. Sure, go ahead. Just don't try to explain your superstition with science. That's always it's like the I went to a tantric massage once, like intro workshop long ago, and the guy was just trying to explain something about polarity. Sure, polarity, like between the masculine and the feminine, it's called polarity. It's good. And then it was like, it's like magnets. Like, okay, sure. Yeah, magnets attract, yeah. The stronger the magnets, the more they attract. Okay, cool. It's like an electromagnet where the charge, like, back the fuck off. Don't go there. Like, it's like the quantum fields, an entanglement. Quantum physics is actually supporting, like, fuck off. Just fuck off. You're in the realm of magic, and that's fine. Don't start pulling facts and science into your magical world. Just go, hey, it's magic. Cool. But trying to sort of like, well, actually, quantum physics support this bizarre statement that's 4,000 years old from somewhere in India. Yes, it supports it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You are just squinting and trying your best to sort of deceive yourself, and then, yeah. Moonless night might be better for burglary. You can't see a damn thing. I think people forgetting how pitch black it is without any lights. You cannot see anything. During the night, you couldn't do anything because it was pitch black. And when you go out on the countryside and you're very far away from cities, so you don't even have that radiance from the cities, and it's nighttime, oh yeah. Nighttime actually means that it is pitch black, especially around these latitudes here. So, I'm taking Biolab for more legendary biter eggs. Is it a good idea or no? It's not a good idea because Biolabs recycle into Biolabs, so it's not working. It's only better if you have night vision goggles. Exactly. I like these kids' books which push this green propaganda about wind power and whatnot. Well, we all know that the UK windfall tax has something to do with wind power, right? Oh my god. How fucking stupid can you get? Yeah. I'm contemplating whether I'm saying something. I'll just say this, and fuck it then. Have you noticed that you never saw Elon Musk with his kid? Never, ever, ever. That just didn't exist. And then after a CEO got shot, he's wearing his kid around his ears every fucking day of you see him. Everywhere he goes, he's bringing his kid. And preferably around his ears or sitting on his shoulders, carrying him. Like, it's a coincidence, right? It's a coincidence. No one can be that callous. Yeah. Kind of a conspiracy. No, it's not a conspiracy. I'm saying it's a coincidence. Definitely a coincidence. It's such an amazing yeah, the Adrian Dittman thing is, oh my god, it's so crazy, right? I mean, I think there's a valuable lesson for all of us scrubs, and I'll just park it on that, and that is, you can be the richest person in the world, and just have so low self-esteem, like ridiculously low self-esteem, and you have such a fragile ego. You would think that, like, wow, you could just fall asleep at night and go like, I'm the richest man in the entire world. Damn, this is pretty fucking awesome. But it's still like, people don't like me. Let me invent a fake persona that tells me how good I am because I need validation, like everyone else needs validation. But oh my god, that is a lesson for all of us. Like, money will not buy you self-esteem. It will not buy you love and support and all that stuff. So I think we can take a valuable lesson from that. And I think that's, if you can pay your bills and you've got a little bit of extra to spend on some random YouTuber, then I think you're pretty well set. And if you then get the love and validation, then you got something that the world's richest man certainly does not. So, how detrimental stress actually can be. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it's also one of those things. I mean, it is an interesting thing. I could. So, how do I say this? It's easy to ask the question, why is it so important for the richest people in the world to make more money? Don't they have enough? Why does Jeff Bezos need to, like, try to find ways to treat his employees as poorly as possible so he can grab some more money? Like, doesn't he have enough? Why would you not sort of build a legacy of, oh my god, yeah, that's interesting. Instead of building bunkers and fortresses and yachts and stuff like that and clocks in mountains, like, who gives a shit? Then you're like, why not, like the good old robber barons, like, get universities named after you and that kind of thing? Like, why no altruism? And it's just easy to say that when you don't have any money. Like, you're like, oh, if I had money, then I wouldn't be greedy for more. But I actually think that from a perspective, I'm saying no to a lot of stuff, like sponsorships. Do you see sponsorships on this channel? I get 10 offers a week at least of various sponsorships. That could be Honey, that could be NordVPN, that could be all sorts of things, all the usual things you see on all the classical YouTube, Squarespace and SquareVPN or whatever. All those things I could do as well. I just choose not to. And you see every other YouTuber that do it and go like, well, I gotta pay the bills. I'm like, yeah, I know what you make. Like, I can see what I make, and you have a channel that's 10 times bigger than me, so I'm guessing you make 10 times as much as me. And don't come telling me that, oh, it's expensive to produce a video. It's not fucking expensive to produce a video. It's expensive to have the lifestyle that you want, but that's not the video that costs the money. And sure, you can throw some money in, and even Veritasium is spending more money on each video, which is totally fine. But that's a choice, right? So, did you see the controversy with Honey? Yes, I did. That's why I mentioned it. And also CS Casino, Counter-Strike casinos. Also, they've been approaching me with exclusive great deals to be a partner for their CS:GO casino. Yeah, thank you, but no thank you. And for me, it's really easy for me to say no to it, even though it's like, oh, it's money on the table. Why not just take it? I'm like, yeah, but I don't need it. Like, I wanna protect the. I put so much effort into protecting this thing as a hobby. And if I start promoting shitty content that I don't trust and I don't believe in myself, then it's just a job. It's just a fucking job. And I don't want it to be a job. I want it to be my passion project that just happens to pay the bills. And in order to protect it as a passion project, as a hobby, then I have to say no to things, even though it leaves money on the table. And that's the thing. When I see I can do this, and yes, the kids got food again today, and it's good. Then I'm like, don't fucking tell me that you need to do this when you have a channel that's 10 times as big as mine. It just doesn't make sense. So, Riku, thank you for the Prime for 2 months. Welcome back. Passion project is better. Absolutely. It also means that I've been doing this for 5 months. In 2 days, it's been 5 months. No, I've been doing this for 6 years in 2 days. 2 days, then we have a 6-year anniversary. And that I don't think I'm not going to actually celebrate it particularly. And then 5 months. Yeah, I've been doing it for 5 months. I don't know where that came from. Maybe a subscription of 5 months or something. No, but I've been doing it for 6 years full time. Did you just finish the starting? Just starting. Welcome. Yeah. Leaf work. Thank you for the 3 months.
Your steadfast loyalty is
Loud bass takes. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? I mean, I think it's. I don't know why, but it just kind of seems. Hey, Sirius, I was there. Yes, you were. Look at. Oh, you have the. There we go. The founder badge. Have a few breaks in there between, but sure, you were definitely there, and that's the. That's the thing, right? Also, the clickbait, the outrageous clickbait. Of course, you want people to look at the thumbnail and look at the title and go like, "Ooh, that's interesting," but not the extreme parts, right? So anyway, that's just how I feel about it. And as long as I can pay the bills and live comfortably here, then I'm happy. And there might be times when I'm like, oh shit, I don't think I can do that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, and then hopefully I'll retire by then. Or do all PR persons that contact you with sponsor deals use a female name? Is it me, or do all PR? I don't know. Have you contacted me with as a female name? Because that's kind of what you wrote. Is it me, or do all PR persons? I don't know if it's just you who did it, but not everyone does it. I have big fear through 100,000 of hours into a game I like. Don't have such fear ever. What? Why do I have a fear of throwing hours into that? I don't know. I cannot get it. Ooh, even got an Order the Path coffee mug. Oh yeah, that's a rare one. Nice. Yeah, that's also a thing. Like, I don't bother with merch. We might, if it sort of strikes me, then sure. So, having all hours in one game, I don't know. We can wait for elaboration. Rebel Decibel. What are your other favorite games? Other games like this. Dyson Sphere Program, Satisfactory. Dyson Sphere Program is the second game, I think. Also really love Souls games. What would you imagine you would do in retirement? I mean, apart from Valheim. Why Valheim? I mean, I would do even more rope than I do now. So, definitely not Path of Exile. If I play Path of Exile for a month, then I have to retire because I have carpal tunnel syndrome. I will destroy my hands if I play the Path of Exile. By the way, I always wanted to ask, what is the path? The path is when that's from the very, very beginning, where when I made a path through my base for even a time before City Blocks, where I think it was even before playing with Catherine or Sky, where I was like, okay, when you build a path, you never build on it. It's sacred, hence the sacred path. It's just like a path next to your bus, and no matter how much you wanted to just build this there, then you never build on the path. Hence it was sacred. Fair no oxygen not included. I put like 500-600 hours into it, so yeah, I'd say so. But I think it's also run its course. So, just thinking about this one here. Would you ever take one of a product you're really interested and used yourself previously? I've been thinking about that as well. I think that initially I would say, yeah, sure. But I think there's something on principle about it that it's much better for me to say I don't do sponsorships than I don't do sponsorships, except that one time when it was like something. It just feels different. But I might do it if it was something that I was invested in. If it was a product I was sponsoring of, like you see the YouTubers who are part of the Nebula, then that would be a thing that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a commercial for my side hustle. That would be the thing that I would put in. I'm actually considering investing in something. Got an offer for an investment. It's an interesting investment, and yeah, you're not gonna guess it. Maybe you are. Some of you who've been to the more shady stuff might guess what it is that I want to invest in. Pathcoin. It's a bit late for that, isn't it? Chinese cars. Part owner of club. Oh, I'd love that. I would really be part owner of club. Out of it, would you take a sponsorship from Factor? You mean Factorio? Yeah. Tesla. No, I'm sure thinking of investing in a sexology school that's starting up. I have a good friend who is coming home and she's starting a school and she's got really, really well organized. She got all the shit together. She just needs some capital, and that might be something. Yes, my guess of rope school was not so far off. Yes, sure. And that would be something that if the lounge or the clubs here were sort of looking for investment, I would be like, yes, that's me. I want to be investing in this. What school? A sexology school. So teaching sexology. I'm a trained sexologist myself, so it's a passionate topic of mine, and yeah, that makes sense, right? Anyway, let's jump into the game. Let's see. Here is that one. Oh yeah, I did some testing. Sexologist. Yes, that is true. You can look it up. Public clubs have enough investors' money already. No, they don't. That's most of those clubs are sort of they start out of 1-2 people's passion project, and they started. It's like, think of bars and nightclubs and restaurants. Like, no one ever starts those kind of things because they think this is a good investment. They think about it because they can imagine themselves being the proprietor of a bar, a nightclub, a cafe, or restaurant, or something. They can imagine themselves. And no one who goes into starting a restaurant who goes like, this is solid business. Here's my business plan, my expenses, my risk factors. Yes, let me do that. Like, no one does that, because if they did, they wouldn't start a fucking restaurant. So huge proportion of restaurants fail. Yes, because they are started as passion projects. And this is the same for, like, let's say, hobby clubs. Okay, so what is this? This is an attempt of mine to do some improvements to sort of just a deleter, right? A sorter. You open your third restaurant as an investment. That's true. You are more into commercial beer from a brass faucet kind of bar, or something more exotic? Neither. I don't drink outside of sort of a single beer for dinner at home, so no. Yeah, what kind of abomination is this? Okay, so let me explain what this abomination is. What I was looking at was let's look at it from a different perspective. This sucks. I hate it. I hate it so much. It worked great in the beginning, but it has awful throughput. Look at this. 2 lines in. They're not even stacked. They're not even stacked, these lines. And look how slow they move. So this is actually 120, but it's not even 120 coming in. So it's like, there's got to be a better way. And then I start looking at, like, what better ways are there? Well, you can take your concrete and make it into hazard concrete, because hazard concrete recycles back into concrete. So you can, instead of recycling concrete into its ingredients, which is awful, that's stone bricks and iron ore, and you don't want those circling around and getting deleted. So we want to just delete the concrete as fast as possible. So what is the best way to delete it? That is actually making it into hazard concrete and then sending it back, because then it comes, you get 10 concrete, made it into 10 hazard concrete, comes back out as 2.5 concrete, gets made into 2.5 hazard concrete, and so on and so forth. That means it's a great way to reduce concrete fast. Okay, other options. Well, steel chests. 8 steel chests. 8 steel into 1 chest becomes 2 steel. So by doing this one, you actually compress things in the belt and you help reduce it. Stone into landfill, obvious that one as well. And then it gets a little more advanced. Then the gears is the vast majority of items, but we can actually take our gears and turn those into transport belts. I could actually just turn them into these belts, but that's 1 iron ore and 1 gear. But we could also just go in here and then use a lot more gears. And that's actually what we are doing here. And that means every single gear that comes by is actually going to be deleted here. So we will never actually recycle gears because they get recycled, but we will then recycle the here, which then recycles into 1 or 2 gears and 1 or 2 transport 0 and 1 transport belts. It's annoying that it doesn't say like point. So this is a way for us to get higher compression on the belt and therefore also get things that reduce faster. Because let's say if you look at this, this is 0.5 crafting time, but each steel would recycle at 0.5 and then 16 times faster. So by taking 8 steel and making them into 1 steel chest, it's 1 recycle option. It's 1 recycle cycle of 0.5 divided by 16. While if there was 8 separate, it would take up more space and it would be 8 cycles of recycling. So this is a way to improve the recycling speed. I use red underground belts. I'm sure you can do that as well. They need a lot more. I selected this one because I thought it was, it worked. You can see nothing passes beyond here. Then I had to add this one because I wasn't getting any iron. Then I started becoming a little more advanced on this. Okay, that's very noisy. We'll do that. And then looking at, well, could we make blue circuits? Because I actually found out that what I wanted to make was starving for blue circuits. So if we make stuff back into blue circuits, it might actually be a really efficient way of doing it. And so I was thinking like, okay, when we get the copper, we can get copper from copper wire that gets recycled and from LDS that gets recycled. Okay, that goes in here. And then you also get the copper wire directly, and you get some iron. You get that from the gears that get recycled, and you also then, in this case, I put in here so that we can have this one. Produce, so that we continually make the green ones, but we're also grabbing the green ones here and the red ones. The greens really shouldn't be recycling very often here, because what is recycling back into greens? That's blue, which shouldn't come in here, and also reds and blues and reds are only on the top side where I haven't done this part. So I'm thinking, okay, we got something here. It's really big, it's really cumbersome, but it means that we can get higher throughput of this belt. Like this is 240 each coming in, and you can see this belt is actually moving quite fast. Why not just recycle gears and steel instantly into nothing? I just explained that. if you take steel, then you're gonna have, like you're saying it, there are two ways that what I can interpret what you're saying. Either just like let it flow back and then go in. Then you're suddenly having 8 items that need to be processed. That is 8 recycling cycles instead of 1. So that's bad. Plus you're having 8 items on the belt instead of 1. Again, bad compression. So recycling it into just recycling itself is really inefficient. This is a way better way of speeding up recycling. So, do you get enough stone for holmium plates when you do on the... No, I don't. But that's like, this is just like testing things. This is not sort of getting it out into using something. This is just getting it out into just testing if this works, and it's just seeing, like we can see how much gear is running here, and then we can see that nothing actually moves past. And then I'm sort of looking at the other one to go like, is there something we could do with ice? Is there something we could do with batteries? No, not really. Like trying to find things that we could do that could be higher compression, because basically what we look at this stuff here, like the stuff that moves past, there's a lot of ice and a lot of solid fuel, and I can't really do that. Yeah, this one's idle. It can't really export out here, but not very often. So. Then I'm compressing it, putting it directly into a recycler that just deletes. There you go. Now you have just, your design is now worse than mine, because you have dedicated 2 recyclers for one product. And then you need another 2, need another 4, 8 something for the 20%. The 20% here of that comes out as gears, the 27 per second of gears. You need to also deal with that. That means you need a ton of extra recyclers. So, yes, you can do that. It's just way, way worse. Like, really, really a lot worse. Like, this much worse. Can you explain why you combine your scrap recycling and your other product recycling? This is the... If I don't recycle it, if I don't do it, then I have to do this. Right? So, it is underlying that question, there is a fallacy. So I'm going to try to sort of be calm about it. Because if I combine it, every single one can do everything. So they're going to be more busy. If you start by saying, hey, we're only going to be doing the scrap recycling here, and then whatever comes out goes into something else. Maybe I want to do that so that I can get a reliable input here. But the thing is, you're going to need a lot more, because you're then having things that are dedicated to specific things instead. Here, they are, they're sort of self-balancing in a way that if the out product is too high, let's say you recycle some blue circuits, then means that there are a lot of sub components, then they will start consuming more of the, or reserving more of the recyclers to finish up all the byproducts. While if there are not that many byproducts because the blue circuits are actually being used, then it's going to be using more scrap. And if I detach the two things, then I can't use any excess capacity for the other thing or excess capacity here for the other one. Then I have cut down the line and say, this is it and this is it. And I guarantee you it's going to be more recyclers, because obviously it is. But in any way, to my last post about EMP and supercapacitor upcycling person, you seem to be leaning to EMP way. I'm leaning to the EMP way because it can be done with just scrap in. And I think that's a fun design challenge. What happens if you recycle barrels of water? Interesting. But I don't know how I get barrels of water, like from ice? Or the recycler idle time due to inserter waiting. That's true. The inserter is a problem, and this is why I'm saying this one and this one. Like, these first ones are not taking any scrap, and the next one here is dedicated to scrap. And the reason why I'm doing this way, and this one only has one input, but this has two inputs. So the ones with two inputs should be dedicated to something else. And we're not even getting any scrap moving in here. Well, we are a little bit, but we're mainly doing something else. But you can also say that if we look at this one, this is 45 per second. So we could say something like, there. So now this is using 368 per second, which is a really nice number. And that could be... Top left seems stuck. Some of them are stuck, yes. Top left. That one? That's left. It's stuck. Yes, that's actually weird where it's stuck. Oh, it's stuck because it doesn't have this part here. There you go. Go, go, go. Okay, so this is also an option of just saying, okay, we are... actually, we could make it a little bit further now. Ah. Oops, these ones don't have the outputs. Oh, right. The problematic thing about this... How much outbound? A lot. If you loop the input belt, That's the, do you mean that, I mean, this is loop the input belt. What do you mean, like this? Or that this would be, go back out here, or what? I don't see why, but why would that be doing anything? Ah, this one is dry. You're gonna need this one to be boop. Could also just replace it with that one. Anyway, I think this one has merit as well. It might also just unfortunately be something where I actually need to might need to get more outbounds than I think. And then the sun comes in and becomes a bus, I suppose. You will overwhelm a legendary stack inserter on the output of the boxes will accumulate. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's close, but I don't think so. Because the legendary stack inserter will handle box to box is 120, and then of course it's last to a moving belt, but it's never waiting. It's only working when there's something to throw out there. And I've also set it to 200 instead of to saying it to anything less than that. The reason why I'm setting it to 200 is because I actually was considering making this as a robot build. So basically saying these boxes are going to be available, and only when they reach over 200 will they be picked up. That means the robots can always come and pick up from here so that they don't have to be belt managed. But I do think that the quantities we're working with is just not healthy to do robots. What's I don't know, 50 signs per 50 SPM, 50,000 SPM when things are working. Don't know why it's actually wavy. Also, I think it's more fun to design things for belt-based. There's just a different charm to designs like that. Okay. So what would we do now? That would be now 4 lanes pretty full of stacked scrap ingredients. Now what? Still helps if robots want some of the more rare materials for some hop crafting. Oh yeah, for hop crafting, but this is not for hop crafting. This is exclusively for a build that ends up being legendary. Yeah, legendary holmium. Okay, so let's do the legendary holmium thing and see how that works. We wanted to do the AM plants, or we don't want to, but we kind of decided that that's the stuff we need to do. So this is it. We're gonna make that, and we're gonna be using exclusive this because I can't use productivity. Now the interesting thing is that I don't actually think I need very much of each. Why am I making it go right to left instead of left to right? Okay, I'm gonna be doing it somewhere else, and then we're gonna work it in a little bit more meaningful way. Here. Because that doesn't belong here. Good. So we get something in here. This is not finished. This is going to be the bigger part of it. But then we need here. And we're not going to make them legendary, because if I made the legendary, I would be using the legendaries. So we're going to make these 4. But how many? Like, this has a really good consumption rate. So I don't think that we actually need more than one of these. More than one of each of these. I don't know. It just kind of feels like I wouldn't be able to get 55, 56 of each of these anyway. Yeah, just one machine of each, yes. Which is interesting, because that's, not something we were used to. Which makes it a lot simpler, this build. Then we can kind of try to see how simple we can make it, since we only need one machine, and it's 2 belts inbound. So it's kind of like just 2 belts in, right? On either side. That can be made incredibly small, but like this is fine and all, but it's not going to work because the bigger issue is, let's say we're going to get stuff recycled, and then they're going to be branching it out. And that's not going to be so simple. So let's see if we get, let's see, we have 2 belts inbound, right? Yeah. So we have 2 belts inbound, and we're going to be branching off, like, let's say, what is the first? It's steel. Okay, so first we're going to be branching off steel. And then I kind of also want steel from the other one. Now we're gonna get each line. There's gonna be 4 lines. Mm-hmm. That's actually not bad. So now this dictates how close they can be together. Together! I have to play Elden Ring at some point soon. There had to be one tile between, right? Box buffers. Fuck. Redo. Because if I have box buffers, then it really should be like this. And then each of these should actually just be line bound. So kill all that. Smart belts my ass. There you go. Right, that technically can be done. But that sucks. I mean, I can even make it closer, couldn't I? If I really wanted to. And then, of course, these are going to be one step up. It's through underground, that's true. Yeah. Somewhere it should be possible to put it in here, yes? I don't know if I like this or don't like it. I haven't really decided yet. I mean, it's pretty cool that it's so compact. Yeah. The hotkey for quality on a recipe, like this, it's holding Alt and then scroll wheel. I think I... has the advantage of it's just exactly within the boundaries, but how much does that matter? And then this one is the one I'm actually counting. Oh, the rest is just random junk. Random legendary junk. Yeah, true. Okay. That's something, right? The thing is, the advantage of this is also that if we look at the output, I'm having a feeling that I really don't need a lot of recyclers for this. Like, the crafting time of this is 3.75 times 4. That's the total crafting time. That's 15 seconds. 15 craft seconds for one of each. And divided by 16, that's 1 craft second. So yeah, so I don't know. Is 1 enough to do all of this? I need like 2? Yeah, I think so. Like, and I'm gonna take a short break. And then I'll just see if the kids tell the kids to remember to go to bed. It's school night. So be back in 2 minutes. Right, we're back. We're back. So I think that problems, questions, challenges like these are really interesting because you have this overall goal of one legendary holmium per second, but then you break it down and it becomes like, oh, there's the scrap recycling thing, there's the belt capacity management, then there's the splitting, sorting, the recycling of this part, and you just keep breaking it down into smaller components, and then you solve each one, and then you start piecing them together. It's really just project breakdown structure for any of you fledgling project managers or experienced project managers out there. It's I think it's really an applicable skill to have, to be able to take an abstract problem and then break it down. It's very much an engineering approach. Just go like, okay, what is it actually we want here? Did you see there? Yes. I mean, that's literally what I just did. Added higher tier boxes. There you go. Recovering project manager, yes. Hey, Chilbro, thank you and welcome. So now the question becomes, like, they can split into, do I want to split them into belts? Okay, that's, as long as it's on Fulgora, it's fine. Then maybe the last one is not needed, but okay. So the first one will be all kinds of steel. All kinds of blue. All kinds of holmium. I feel that's better to have the one that I'm looking for to be the lower one, just so it's a little bit separate. I think that's like the easy way. Do you transfer power somehow between Fulgora islands, or just build accumulators in each? In the beginning, I built on each island, but as I have enough foundation, I'm just linking everything together, almost. Because I don't really think it's worth it to go through the hassle of managing so many power networks, and if one is imbalanced, then that's gonna fail. So just spend the foundation, connect it, done. Refined concrete doesn't come from scrap. It does. With a little, you just need to just need to put some things together, but you can make it out of it, but and make it rather simple. So that's another sub task we have to do. So this one is good, and all it needs is inbounds here. And then it'll take, oops, yeah. It'll prioritize the stuff that's circulating. Yeah. So it's prioritizing the stuff that's circulating and then supplementing with stuff in. Ooh. What if I now put too much steel in here? Then I fill up the steel box. Then suddenly it backfills here. Yeah. The cycle build, I wonder if it would help prevent jamming by allocating a single slot for each possible item in the recycler output storage. You can't do that, right? You can't. It's only few things you can actually allocate the... Okay, like your inventory and trains, but then that's kind of it. Yeah, I think that's actually true. That the easiest thing would be bypass. Would be um, saying these ones. That's much easier. Because I was thinking like, okay, then I could bring in from the top, and then it's kind of becomes iffy. But this ones should just be only enabled when, I don't know, this is the first one. That's steel. When steel is less than 1,000, right? And then it goes the same here as that one. I thought, I was like, didn't I do that wrong? Yes, I did. There. All transports. Okay. There we go. So that's this is a self-contained thing, and you know, honestly, this should just be deleted as well. But I don't really know what I. Like, it'll get legendary steel, legendary blue circuits, and legendary. Yeah, like it's not like they're not useful. It's just that I don't need them here, and the idea of this is that I'll build something that I can just go out here and go like stamp, 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 stamp. So I should never have a situation where I'm relying on, oh, here's a train that goes like, no, 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 no. No, no trains, no shenanigans like that. Well, maybe one train for Holmium to get back, but I certainly don't want to be able to have to manage a surplus of this. So I might need to just kind of delete it. Which is actually easier said than done, isn't it? Because all I need to do is just do that. I need to sneak through that corner. There you go. And this is the only one that actually counts. And that'll go into a box of happiness. And yes, this is not the final solution, but it is a solution that's going to work for a long time. Yeah, home straight into rockets. The problem is I might need it here on this location. So I actually think it's either into rockets or into... Yes, but... let's see. What is it I actually want the Holmium for? Superconductors and supercapacitors. Supercapacitors... this lithium is the primary, but this is the one that I'm secretly thinking about here for this. And then this would be normal stuff, and this would be just legendary easy. But then getting the supercapacitors here. Or fill with the recycled byproduct of the other legendaries. What? Oh, right, it will? Oh, shit, that's true. No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, green. Ah, shit, this one will, yeah. But that's recycled onto itself, and yeah, this one also. Damn, this is annoying. That's really annoying, actually. Then it has to be... Or maybe this is actually more like it. Go back up. No. I think that's fine. Just one separate recycler to delete legendary byproducts should be enough. Yeah, sure, but this should also be enough to just recycle. Instead of adding more machines, then let's use this. Oh, these ones should also be upcycling. Ooh, upcycling. Ooh. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, I like. So this is the final part of it. Now let's go back to the recycler. Let's test. Nah, don't need to test this. I mean, it's not like I don't need to test it, but I don't really want to test it. It's not easy to test because I don't have all the other pieces ready. Oh. Where did they go? How did they get there? Okay, so this one though. Now, let's say that we have a dedicated... these are... there, right? So we are now only doing... Is that even enough? I don't know. It must be, but whatever. We can splurge here. Right, so this is getting in. No recycling. Everything that comes out is going to go here. Now the big question is, how the fuck do we deal with this? Because this is tricky. Because what I need to do is this damn thing here. And I can't... Yellow box, why not the yellow legendary byproducts? I just explained that because I don't have a need for the other ones. And if I build if I have a design that is doing one thing, and then you're saying, oh yeah, but it also does 3 other things, then I have to make sure that I can never, ever, 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 ever get stuck by not consuming the other 3 things. And I can guarantee you that I'm going to be stuck because I'm not consuming legendary refined concrete. So I need to be able to get rid of legendary concrete. Whether I get rid of all of it or save a box and then get rid of excess, I'm still going to need to be able to get rid of it, guaranteed, otherwise it jams. So, and it won't be in the same logistics network as everything else, so I can't just put it into a box and then get it out. So I have to be able to destroy it on site. Candlewick 38, thank you for the prime, welcome.
It fills you with determination.
That's why. Right, this one is very, very tricky. Because I have 4 lanes currently. Legendary home and play microservice. Exactly, it does one thing. I need to figure out really this thing here. I need to add these numbers together. It annoys me that I don't know. Plus 9.516 plus 8.156 plus... I wonder how many calculation errors I do on the meantime. Already lost my train of thought. That's 6.797 plus 5.438 plus 5.438 plus 4.078 plus 4.078, and then I realized I was not writing 78. There we go. Plus 2.719 plus 1.359 plus 1.3. Fuck. I could not be an accountant apparently. 76.13 something. 76. Yes, it counts for scrap productivity, otherwise it would be useless. And I have 200%, and that's kind of where I'm going to be counting it as. So here's the thing. Maybe it would have been much easier to do it this way. In percentages, and then we just count on that it being actual percentage. Do we think that's... Then it's easier numbers, right? So we count 2 plus 3 plus 1 plus 7 plus 4 plus 6 plus 4 plus 5 plus 4 plus 1 plus 20 plus 3. Fuck! I am so useless at this. Shh. 60. So one scrap becomes 60%. And someone was saying 60% of the scrap value. Yes, Anthony. That, I mean, it sounded right, but I wasn't sure. So this is like 60%, and then I multiply by 3. So I get 180% of the input. So what if I put 100 in, I get 180 out with my current productivity. Let's see that for our specific case, and then see if I did my calculations right. So this one would be 362.5 times 1.8. 652. Yeah, that's definitely more than 2 belts. So what are we going to do here? We will have a lot of stuff that is... Oh, hold on. This one also has an issue of... We also need to recycle it. So this is actually not correct yet. Oh, hold on. There's another part. There's... I'm now using it, assuming that it works at maximum utilization. It's not. It's going to be working at 300, I think, times 1.8. That's for 540. It's still too much. Legendary spoilers, yes. Cut twice, check once. That's how we go. I also need to be able to recycle it. So where's the stuff that comes in from the previous iteration? That also has to come out in from here. And where does that go? Has to go in here as well. Yeah, right. Like that seems to work, but that's only one. And it can't go further out than it's not. So I only have 3 lanes here. Maybe maybe I am actually only recycling 1 belt for each. I think that would be a fair way of looking at it, even though this is not great. Really don't like this. Because then I would have to be something like this as well. The thing is, I want to get rid of 4 belts outbound as fast as possible. And the best way to get rid of 4 belts outbound is... it's just you. Just you. Can't work. So now comes... This is actually the hardest part, to be honest. Trying to figure out a way to minimize the stuff on this belt. And then here we got the next problem. Like, how do we get from both belts? We can only get from 1 belt. And what about the other belt? Urgh. Fuck. And if I do this, then I could do the same thing on the inside, and it's still gonna be here. Because I gotta make sure that I don't do. Splitter to pick up from both sides. Remember, these quantities are kind of ridiculous. So it's not exactly like we can just, yeah, easily get them. Kind of silly that this one is also there, but I think that's correct. And this needs speed modules as well. But this has another issue. Like that I can do, but I can't do it on the other side because I can't do this because that's overlapping. So I kind of am forced to use more space. Don't like. Which means now it goes back on the bus here, back on the line. Yeah. So that's like the first thing that reduces the maximum amount, right? Where are the iron plates coming from? I mean, they are coming from the recirculation. But I do know that I could also do it in a different way if I was sort of moving this a little bit over here. And the easiest way to do it would be to do it like this. This is the one that reduces the most. This is reducing only all the gears. Just takes away the gears. Boom, done. No more gears on this belt. Which is cool. But this means that this is taking out 20%. I know that we can compact it a lot more, but maybe we don't want to compact it right now. Shouldn't scrap recirculation be included at the beginning? It is here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, this one is actually not true. I didn't need to do this. Because the point of this is that I don't actually need it. I was kind of thinking the idea of detaching this from the recirculation. Like instead of having it like this awfulness, then kind of keeping it pure. Which means that I should take this one at least one step further out and then go. Not sure I understand what I'm doing. So if you are kind of lost, then I agree. I don't. So basically I want to say this is the scrap. Virgin scrap coming in here and all the process come out here. So this part should be going through a lot of stuff to make it scrap faster. But where is the scrap faster part? That should be maybe at the end of the line, actually, instead of at the front of the line. Yeah. Okay, so we move this one back. For now. Because let's do these modules when we can. And then the next module that we need, here's the thing. This module, how much reducing it? We're reducing with 20% and then adding a little bit more. But it's actually, it's not that big of a reduction because it's only 20% that we take out. We're going to assume that no gears pass on beyond this point, right? If you filter the gears from all 4 belts, you should have about 1 full belt of gears. It's 20%. It's 20%. But that's true. But then I'd have to do that first. It might still be faster, but it's not going to be faster for the other things. But it might be faster for this specific thing. That you'll get iron from batteries recycled. Maybe allow the belt assemblers to take iron if they can. Yes. But I also need other things that need iron as well. So there's a few issues with this whole thing here. So this will be 20% of the total, which disappears in here, which then can be processed. But how fast is this? Ugh. 37. Ugh. We're gonna come in at 200. That's close. Ah, see, that one will never go in there again. Damn. If you only use scrap, you will never get yellow belts in the middle belt. I know. That's kind of what I just realized here. That's not the end of the world, but it's still kind of annoying. If it was like this, it would actually make more sense. Because then it could be something, right? Then it could at least pass by this location. Or maybe even one further out or something. I don't know. Post in the stream chat a calculation breakdown for the design you're looking for. Can be useful to answer the question. Is one machine in that it is scaled for 1 legendary science. Thank you. Oh man, they're so difficult to read. Especially if I don't want to take the whole screen with it. Yeah, okay, I'm not really. I can't see this. It's too small, too convoluted. Okay, that's, yeah. No, sorry, I can't read it. Thing is, it's either so small that I can't see it, or if I blow it up, then it's like I'm zooming and I see one teeny tiny thing all over the screen. Yeah, and I have to take my entire second monitor, means no chat. So that's unfortunately beyond my capabilities to read that. What the hell are we gonna do here? There's just so many things about this I don't like. Found it convenient to recycle gears to iron craft chest. Recycle chest back to iron feed the chest crafter. So we're getting just that goes in here, and then I have a crafter here. That just makes iron chests. They make pretty quickly, right? Yes, 0.5. And then yeah, I like that. It's one dimensional. I don't know how good it is, but it's consuming 40 per second. Well, that's gonna need an improvement. And then produces 20 outbound. Okay. This one can consume 50. Recycler inserter connected to the chest recycler. The gear recycler directly into the... Oops. That would also be... I don't get it. What? The gear recycler directly into the assembler. And then a separate recycler inserter connected to the chest recycler. So you need a separate one just that seems super wasteful of this one. This one's not going to do anything. This one's going to be idle almost all the time. How fast are you now? 240. That's okay. I guess we can still make it sort of consume the same space. Let's check this one. And we're definitely going to be... That's not even fast enough. Damn.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
120. That's also too much. Mouse kick. Thank you for the prime. So this is not... Oh, box to box. It's actually exactly enough. Crazy. And this one would then need to be speeding up by 1. 112. Speed up by 2. Shut up. And then... How much are you consuming? 40 boxes per second. We're definitely not making 40 boxes per second. Okay, that seems pretty compact. There. Yeah. Okay, I like this. This is a very small and compact build. Very nice. This is also more justified to say, hey, we're going to be extracting all of the gears into one belt, and then that belt just vanishes everything. There you go. That's how it was. Then it might as well just be put in the middle. Yeah. Middle is just better for this as well. Don't know what I was doing. Okay, so this just disappears. I am, however, not happy about it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what is the problem with this one? Well, the problem is that I actually do need some iron somewhere. And then the next part is, what the hell am I gonna do with definitely more than 2 belts, but not quite 4 belts. It's so difficult to work with because it's a whole bus setup that I'm now saying, okay, all of this. I don't know what that was. Yes, exactly what I wanted. You're no longer able to craft green chips. Exactly. That's the problem. But I don't think this is a bad build by itself. I just think I might have made a little mistake. It was just really nice to be able to remove all of this immediately. Because I think this one is more important. But here's the problem. How the hell do I do this? You could do the iron at the end, yes, but then I'm having very full belts. Then you could put an inserter back between the gear recyclers. You could have one inserter on a belt for crafting, and then... yeah. Then that kind of feels awkward somehow, right? But anyway, my bigger issue is that I want to build something like this. Not at all like this, but I want... there you go, this part. Right? I really want to build something like this. With a beacon. Boom. So, quantity-wise, yeah, decent amount of stuff being consumed. Actually not, but... yeah. Something like this. But how would I take all the ingredients I need for each of these out of this line? How's the schedule for next week? Monday, Wednesday, Thursday maybe, and Sunday. So usual. The rate calculator is a mod, unfortunately, so it kills your Steam achievements. But I can't live without it. Doesn't your blue productivity hurt this? Blue productivity hurt this. No, I'm actually doing this because I need more blue circuits. Because this build here needs a ton. Well, that's this one needs a ton of blue circuits. So I need to craft blue circuits in order to get it. Because if I'm looking at this thing, I'm apparently getting enough blue circuits. And fuck it. When we did this, we right. No. Okay, let me explain the problem. You get things in fixed ratios, and there are some things from here that we need. We need concrete. We need a little bit of iron for the iron gears to make the concrete into reinforced concrete. Then we also need some steel there, and we need some water. So water means that we also need ice, and we need some blue circuits, and we need some holmium, and we need the steel. So we actually have, like, the primary items are ice, because we need it for a little bit for the sulfur, sulfuric acid, and we need it for the holmium solution, and we need it for the concrete. So maybe ice is our bottleneck. We need concrete. Maybe concrete is a bottleneck. Ice. Then we need a lot of blue circuits. That could be a bottleneck. And we need some holmium. That could be the bottleneck. What we really want is the holmium to be the bottleneck. But each of these are produced at a fixed rate. Then we can craft some extra, or we can delete any extras. But if we need to figure out what is the actual ratio for this. So if we get, let's say that we produce all of this, and it can produce continuously, then 10.8 holmium. Let's trace the holmium and see if that gives us more or less than 1 craft per second, right? Because we're seeing that the blue circuits is enough for 1 craft per second, so that's good. And then we also check all of them if they're okay for 1 craft per second. So let's do the trace of the first thing we need to do is holmium. So the ratio here is 2 inbounds, 100 outbound. So that's times 50 and then 75 productivity. So I get 10.88 inbound. That's what we produce from our scrap recycling. Times 50 times 1.75. That means we get a total of 952 holmium solution from this scrap. Should I write this down? I know this is also calculated. I'm calling it 11 separately, but in the mod. But I'm calculating it here so that everyone is. It's not a mod. It's a script that Samagod is managing. But I want to calculate it here so we are on the same page. Right. So the next part is like that. Productivity. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just got... Because the whole point of this is to get some legendary holmium. Is this how we want to do it? This will give us more holmium to sort of beat this loop more times. While this would give us higher quality holmium. I guess if we try to do it this way, then we can see if we have enough. If we don't have enough, we're going to do the other one. Or maybe we actually do it in a way that gets us exactly what we want. So the ratio here is 20 to 1 and then 50% productivity. Divided by 20 times 1.5. That gets us 71. That gives us 71 holmium, where some of it is obviously going to be higher quality. But that's good, actually. That's surprising. While if we did the same thing, then it would be 952 divided by 20, multiplied by, and then the productivity would be 150. So it would be multiplied by 2.5. That would be 120. If you use quality, you have to use it on all the other stuff too. Why do I have to use it on all the other stuff too? I mean, I can't yeah, I don't think I want to. And I don't think I want to for one particular reason. And that is because of the difficulty by which to feed it in here. Because then I'd have to feed it in on this belt. That would completely be trivial anyway. Yeah, it would be trivial anyway to just, instead of feeding it in here, then I could just feed it in on the belt. But then, yeah, okay. Because when I make the reinforced concrete, for example, There is no productivity on this. So it's kind of tempting to say, well, if there's nothing of that, then might as well do product quality, right? If you upside everything from normal, they will all come out at approximately the same. Yeah, that's the good point. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking about. So here now we have another issue, because this will give us 119. So why is that a problem? Well, 119 is enough for 2 crafts per second. But we don't have enough blue circuits for 2 crafts per second. Do we have enough steel for 2 crafts per second? Yes, I think so. Yes, barely, but we also need a little bit for this part. We have the holmium for 2 crafts per second. We do not have that one for 2 crafts per second. And ice, I'm pretty sure we have that for 2 crafts per second, right? What was the last one? Steel, concrete, blue, and chromium. Yeah. Could you upcycle rock to craft it directly? That would be awful. Really, really awful. And no, because there is no... You can't do that because it only has a liquid input. So anything you do before this step is completely irrelevant. It'll be this step. This is why holmium is the worst, because you can't do legendary holmium easily. Legendary rocks cannot give you legendary holmium. Legendary holmium cannot give you legendary holmium ore cannot give you legendary holmium plates, because it goes into a holmium solution. So yes. So now we need to look at the concrete. We need to look at this and say, how much concrete do we need? We need 18.7 for one, or let's now think about it as in we probably need double. So 37.5 is what we need. If I want 37.5 of this, that's a long way off. There we go. Or maybe I could actually do... Okay, let's keep this one. So how much you need? 82 and 32 and 4.1. Okay, 4.1. Here we had 43 and we need 37.5 for the craft up there. Right? So now we still have a... All right. 2 of these. So we still have a surplus of 6. And I'm going to need, if I wrap this one into the same build, I'm still good on steel. So steel's good. Blue circuit not good. Holmium is the stuff we scale it for. I should know all these extra menus. Rate calculator, didn't know about it. That's because it's a mod, so that's why. So don't worry. Okay, and the sticks are just easy, right? And the water, 410 water is not that much, or ice, so that's not a problem. Which one is the last thing? Steel, holmium, concrete, and blue circuits, yes. So that means we do need some kind of blue circuit build. Alright? So we do need to craft some blue circuits. Concrete seems... Oh, concrete. Ooh, concrete is limiting. Ooh, so it's actually concrete that's limiting. Damn. Okay. Right. I am very close to making this a robot build. How much concrete do I need? 82, and this is slightly overscaled, so it needs to be 37.5, so it's clearly 2 times 37.5. So that's 75. So I need 75 and I have 65. So I'm short on that. So it's actually going to be heavy concrete constrained. Damn. You can use stuff from blue chips recycled to craft blue chips. Sure, but I'll never get more than I start with. You get some from factory? No, I don't. Because I also get all the other items from recycling. So I'm still going to be, if I'm short on one thing, then by recycling, I'm still going to be short because all the other things are also going to be due. Can still module recyclers. I don't know what you want to module it with. Does your build fill exactly 4 lanes? Nope. But hold on. Before you... Look, if I scale up this build to make the concrete match, I'm just having too much of the other ones. There will be one thing that's going to be the bottleneck. I was hoping it was going to be the holmium, but it's not. So what we need to do is accept that there will be something that's going to be a bottleneck, because if I scale that up, then I'm going to scale it up, and 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 scale it up, and then it's not a module anymore, right? Does the 25% return account for the missing amount? I'm also going to get 25% of all the other ingredients. So if I'm using the 25% recycled concrete, then I still have 25% recycled all the other stuff. That's still going to be useless, right? So are you able to import the bottleneck? That completely defeats the purpose of this. This is going to be self-contained. So please, this is the essence of the goal. Don't fight the bottleneck. You learn to love your bottleneck. This is the most important thing about learning about logistics. You need to understand, love, cherish, and savor the bottleneck. Do not fight it, because you will always have a bottleneck. If I imported something, then what? Then it's just something else that's a bottleneck. Then it's either going to be the trains, and it could be the blue circuit. Suddenly there's going to be something else. So there will be a bottleneck, and that's okay. So there will be something that is limiting our build, and that's how it is. So you find out what the bottleneck is. What we're doing now is not trying to combat the bottleneck. We're trying to find the bottleneck and find out which ingredient is constraining it build. And it's going to be one of these 4. And it could be steel, it could be blue, it could be holmium, and it could be refined concrete. I was hoping it would be holmium because I can't make more holmium. So it would be more convenient. If it was blue circuits, then I could say, oh yeah, I can make some more blue circuits. Awesome. If it was steel, I could go like, okay, I can get some iron and craft that into steel, then I can kind of compensate. If it's concrete, I can't. I can't make more concrete. I could, but it would be really awful. I'd take the stone plus the water and a little bit of iron. No, I can't get the iron ore, so no, I can't. So this is why it's okay. It just means that we have to figure out what is the throughput that we can support. And I think that what we should look at is looking at this one and then basically saying maybe even sort of I don't know. Now what does it have to be? It has to be, this one is, one of these is 18.75, and then this has to be 2 times as much. So it would be 37.5. So I need to get 37.5 here. Then that's going to be like 5-ish. Right, so if we had 5 of these running at all times, then we would definitely get, and we would get enough concrete to make the refined concrete to support one of these. Then we'll have to delete some homing, we'll have to delete some blue circuits, we'll have to delete a lot of everything, and there's exoskeletons disabled there. I think you get a second build at 75, it actually fits there. You're not listening. You're not listening to me. Because if I add it up, then it's just going to be something else that's a bottleneck, right? So it doesn't matter if I build, I guess this is what you want it to be. It's a nice build though. There's no doubt about that. Makes it a lot nicer. But that's... It bothers me that I have to go through the same thing here. Like, yeah, this is way too much already. And then, yes, that gets us to that, which is fine, but then I'm still going to have to delete a lot of this, and I'm still going to have to craft extra of this, and I'm still going to have like a slight surplus of this. So I'm not gaining anything by this. Like, nothing is gained here. That's the problem. Like, sure, now I can make the module twice as big, but it's not going to... First of all, it's going to be a hell to manage, because now I'm also getting 290. That means this one doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Yeah. The second beacon is good, but I'm kind of... Okay. I am leaning towards, instead of having a dedicated one for scrap and a dedicated one for just deleting, I'm leaning towards this mess again. Still with a lot of supporting deleters, but then basically saying we're going to have one method like this that runs around and deletes stuff, and then all of these boxes are then going to be my logistics boxes. And those logistics boxes will then be the ones that our build is going to extract from. That seems much easier. Because then I make a small build for this, I make a small, this one, I just make these into these ones into requested chests, that will then be conditioned requested chests. Then I can just make everything on the belt here just go focus on deleting, because anything that shouldn't be deleted has already been picked up when it was in these boxes. Yeah, that's going to be how it is. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to be making it into a robotized build here, because I can't manage it. There's too many small things that need iron here and there that I can't get those out easily. So we're going to try that, and that means we have to cut it off from the rest of the network. Oh, this is why all the robots are dying, because it's just making blue circuits that somehow... Yeah, okay. I did take a break, yeah. So, I did take a save. So be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll be... Yeah, we got the pieces. I think we still need to make some excess blue circuits. Let's see. Be back in a bit. Right, we're back. We're back. More designs and calculations and stuff. Okay. Hello, Timbo. Good to see you with the 47 months. 47 months? I thought it would be more. More. Must have more. We're gonna do this, but then different. Avox, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Alright. This is a good module, or a good thing. So let's do that. I want 2 of these, and I really like this one. Not sure about this inner one, but we're going to need let's see. These need to be legendarized, and they are not. And they're not legendarized. Been away for a while, so unfortunately not a nice amount of no, not a good streak either. So we just say 47 months and not 47 months and 3-month streak or something. Totally fine. You can build it up again. I hope if we can keep you around. There. All right. This one. Go, 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 go. Yes. Perfect. The reason for this is that now I want to have everything stored here. Yes. And how many lines outbound will I get? Because this has to go back into this. This is definitely wrong. All of these are wrong. I suspect this is not even going to be fast enough. Hey, PTTR, thank you for the 72 months. Ooh, 72 months. 72 months is 6 years, and that is in 2 days. I have my 6-year anniversary. Just starting on Factorio was a good way to upcycle to get higher quality blue circuits at the beginning. Blue circuits is another thing. Hey, Silver Cecil with the 36 months, 3 years. Bit early then. Oh, you're not a bit early. Oh, right. Well, it's the 30-day recycling or renewal. This is a good way to get quality items. And just putting into boxes. Now, at this point, I've already keep it legendary, so this is a gigantic waste. But normally, you would be, you would sort of save the different qualities here. You go like, oh, I have a little bit of normal, a little bit of rare, uncommon, rare, epic, and maybe even legendary here in these boxes, and then pass on everything to recycle it, so you have a buffer here. That's how I do it, and it works remarkably well. Thank you, Swimmer, for the 61 months, and that triggers a potential train. Very close to a level 1 with that level 3, and Silver Season with the 200 bits. So that's a good way, but if you want dedicated blue circuits upgraded, then you do a blue circuit upcycler, which is what we have on blue circuit upcycler. Where might you be? I don't know. No, I don't have an upcycler anymore. Yeah, I threw away my upcycler because I didn't need it anymore. Salvage tech level. Scrap recycling is 200%. And I want to keep it there because then I can do the calculations more easily. Why is this one not going anywhere? Oh, it is going. It's just like awful. Okay, let's do that one instead. Okay, so level 1 train. On blue circle upland. Yes, the blue circle upland is that. Okay, here it is. My question to myself about this is, I'm gonna get scrap in, but I'm also gonna get other stuff in. And this build is consuming way more than two belts. So this actually needs to be 4 belts inbound and also 4 belts outbound then. Ooh, which means this intersection doesn't work anymore. Damn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it only works here because it can reach. This one can reach up and this one can reach down. So that's a brilliant setup for once. Are you able to directly craft legendary biolabs? No, unfortunately not. We are just slowly upcycling them in a tedious and trivial manner. Here. How much we got? Oh, seriously. Shut up. I hate that I did that. Not a single legendary here. No legendary biolabs. I guess we've just been using them when we have them. That's crazy. Thank you for reminding me. I don't know if I need this. What's missing for the legendary biolabs? Got it. That one, biter eggs. Got it. Got it. This is legendary bioflux, which we can get. Wow, this train is not... it's standing here at 94%. Level 1? Can we get at least a little level 1? No excessive requirements here. Just push it off the platform. Then we're happy. So, are we going to train today? It doesn't look like it. Ah, there we go, Anonymous. Yes!
Tales of our endeavors.
Pushing it off the track. You got 1 station. Awesome. All right. Just that announcement then, you missed the train. I'm like, oh, that sucks. Thank you, Samagot, for the 200 bits. Keep pushing that train. Thank you. All right. Right, so that kind of ruins it. If I wanted this to be... I mean, there is a way. It's insidious.
Tales of our endeavors.
Swimmer, good to see you. And thank you for that. Okay, so now that means we can actually get more inbound, right? That means we can now get 4 inbounds. But I'm going to need to get this backwards. And if can I merge this into 1? I guess I can.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Okay. Who was that? That the Rubio. Thank you for the new subscription. Welcome. Thank you. Right, so now we have a build of sorts, and we have 4 lanes inbound, which is insane. And we have now 4 lanes outbound. I think this is good. What we then need to do is find out how to manage this, because the inbounds and the outbounds, I can just feed it back in and then I'll be happy, I guess. But what about all this part here? I think this is essential as well, because that limits it, and I also need somehow this part. But no. This part is a useful thing. So I only do that. I do that with robots. This is stuff to try to delete things. So yes, that's something that will maximize my throughput on this one. But I'm also kind of wondering if that's really necessary. How do I merge? How do I merge 4 lanes into 4 lanes? The obvious thing is just like words 1 into 1, 1 into 1, but that's not necessarily the right thing, is it? And then that's in here. Okay. This is a 1-to-1 sort of bouncing out. Okay. And then I get like 2 lanes of scrap inbound here. Oops. Okay, 34 seconds. Oh, 30 seconds. Oh no, this train is not going anywhere. 5. Oh, okay, so, yeah, guess that was too late. I was shouting it. Yeah, the 8 to 4, then the problem with the 8 to 4 is that my priorities will be screwed. No train today. Okay. We'll give this a little spin, just to see what happens. Right? That was a train. Not today. Let's see. I'm gonna put that. But let's just see how it works when it's completely indiscriminate recycling, and then we can always add better recycling later on. Oh, it needs priorities. Yeah, those damn. Really need to get rid of all this. All the gears. The gears are killing us. But I think it's easier if we have like this blob that does things. But we can also see now that it's... Well, it's moving, but it's also just not really processing that much. So each of the things here have to go up to 200 before they get exported. You can see they're off here. Some of them are really quick, but I don't understand why the other ones are... Oh, this is because this one started by getting scrap, and scrap just kind of maybe fills up a lot faster. Don't know. It's interesting how the middle ones are not really doing anything, while these first ones are very busy. You can also see that it's completely uneven. Looks so weird. It's because this one is changing all the time. Okay, that was busy. It feels weird how it's not balancing out. Why does it have to go up to 200? Because I want to be able to grab things from here with my robots to do the actual builds. The pressure is picking up from the closed side of the belt to enter into the cyclist. Yeah, I know, but that doesn't really explain why this is overloaded and this is underloaded. Like, these are also busy, 100% busy, but there's just, like, this one can't output fast enough. But these are just... You'd think that over time it would... Oh, right. Okay, so now... yeah, okay. Now I get it. Yeah, okay. So the stuff that comes in here goes on the inside, which goes on the inside, and therefore that gets picked up faster. And that's why that belt moves more. Okay, yeah. So balancing? But then again, this part that goes on the outside belt also goes on this belt, which is going to be more likely to be picked up. I mean, it does stuff. This one has way too many things that are good sized. If the concrete is the thing you need the most, would it be possible to buffer it on a longer belt? Just that doesn't... That would just mean a buffer. And then, like, I don't get more production by buffering it. So, no. But anyway, this is a good start. Let's kill it here. And then what we need is also just grabbing this one out and enabling this build. Because this can get rid of almost all of the... So, okay, how would I do that? I'm kind of thinking that I could maybe do something like this, and then kind of have it sort of squeezed in the middle here. Somehow. So that it picks up, but it only picks up from one side though. That's the problem. Yeah. So it doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah. Like that. Just trying some things here. But yeah, okay. That should be able to delete 240 gears per second, which should be enough to get rid of all we need, right? And then we can reestablish it and try to let it spin again and see if it works a little bit better now that we just take the 20% out. And then we can kind of do, we could do more things, but this one, didn't realize there was a flip option. Yes, there is a flip. It's H for horizontal flip and V for vertical flip. Okay, yeah. So now we need to start working on all the stuff out here that is the stuff we actually need. Or maybe yeah, so let's start with the holmium part. Because we're gonna be we're gonna be making it in some kind of process of something. Yeah, I know. This and this. 24 per second, that's very, very slow. We're not going to use the holmium for anything else, so this is a perfectly valid way of doing it. That's just input, and then there's an output. No more, no less. Right? Not really. I'm also going to need water. How much water do we need? 17? That's not much. Ice cubing. It's pretty solid. I don't want to use any... hold on. This... Yeah? Kind of want to make it as square-ish as possible, like that. Wait, copy, paste, 4. And then also ice. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Not working! Oh no, sadness. There you go. I could also just put the beacon on the other side, that would probably fit. Anyway. This one's it's making. Good. Okay. So this is one module. Then we need a module for making this part. And I don't think I need more than one. 20. And I needed, we're just going to build this whole thing for just one of these. So it's 18, so this one is fine. This one is kind of fine. 17.7, 18 point something. There. Good. So this one. We're going to need steel, that's just an input. We're going to need water, that's coming from here. Then we are going to need... That's not a good build, that one. We are going to need sticks. Yes, so sticks. They can't be made in a foundry because that would mean we need the liquid ones. Now this is kind of weird. This needs 16 of that. Like something like this, right? Yeah, there. There. Do we have iron though? We might not have iron because we're deleting all the gears, so there will be no iron here that gets recycled. Well, there is. That's coming from green circuits, I guess. Sticks can be in the foundry. Oh my god. I said it, but then how do we get the molten? Could add a chest between chest maker and recycler. So it's fine. Gets, and that means this is also a little module here. The interesting thing is, could we combine these two modules? Because there's one water for both. And one... Yeah, this is something I should have looked at in the beginning. Yes, let's do that. Sure. Easy. Oh, this one needs an output. There. What does legendary holmium do? It allows us to do legendary anything that needs holmium legendary. Kind of silly, right? But we want to do holmium electromagnetic plants. We can also do holmium legendary superconductors, legendary supercapacitors. We can do legendary lithium, which goes into legendary lithium plates, which goes into legendary cryogenic science pack, because that's only legendary ice, which is dirt cheap from space. Lithium plate, which we just got that easily from the holmium, and then the fluoroketone, which is a liquid. So we can do cryogenic science legendary very easy. We just need a supply of holmium. Good. We have a nice little build here that takes care of 2 of the items we need, except that we are not really requesting stuff. This is 2 of these. I guess we set 200 for each, and then 200 of that. Yeah. So even when I just filled up more, it's still consuming everything here. Nice. There's going to be some issues with some boxes overfilling. Kind of hoping that when we draw more out of this, there will be less recirculation, because all the green circuits we see here, we really shouldn't be seeing those. Now we need to do one more build, and that's this one. So we now need to make a little build of... oh, this also needs to build a sulfur build. Oof. Like this. Oh, that can't work. Unless we take a separate one for... Because then this one would have to be greens then. We're not really getting any greens, are we? The only greens we get are from recycled reds and recycled blues. Yeah, I don't think actually we need that. So I think we're going to... Okay, so we're gonna get copper. Oh, I need a module there. Beacon. It's a very nice little build here. Okay, and we're gonna get that one. And we're gonna get that one. And then we need some output. sulfur. Sulfuric acid. How do you make sulfuric acid? That's the awful thing. Sulfuric acid comes from iron and sulfur. Can that be made in a bigger one? Where are you? Oh no. Do we seriously not have that? Seriously, cryogenic plants. Do that. And then we go back here and make sure that we actually request it for future reference. What about iron? We'll get it. Get it. Don't you worry. Wow. What? No, never mind. So we can't put them in yet. And then we need sulfur. Can sulfur be made in one of these? Yes. So that's water for this. Water can only be done in one place. That's going to be here. And this has to be one further out. Because there has to be a transfer. And then we do this. We're going to see that this quantity is crazy low. That's going to be here. And then it's actually not beneficial. Here, coming in. Then this is connected. This is connected. And we don't really need anything here. So you have some greens from it. You'll need to recycle some excess red chips. Yes, I know that we'll get some greens. Yes. I don't know if I want to import the greens though. I also think that maybe that's like no need to have stack inserters for this. It's not going to be that fast. 65 maximum input. 65 plus a lot of the other ones. So yeah. Then we could do the greens as well. Oh, we also need iron. Haha. That's actually the biggest issue. And green circuits, yes. The iron will probably be the hardest one to get. And what I could do for that was simply request some... Yeah. Oh, that's not it. Definitely not it. Ah. You are going to take gears, for example. Then I could do that. Then I'd have to have a different requester on the other side here. Not good. Noak. Then that one doesn't connect. But if I do this, then this one. That's fine, that's 120. I guess now we're back to the same design as before. It's just turned upside down. Oops. Yeah. Because I need this over here. And now this is no longer moduled. That sucks. Put provider chest between gears and iron chest. Put provider. Yeah, I don't think this one needs to be very fast. I don't have gears. No. The funny thing is, this build is actually working. Let's see, how fast are you? You're producing 140 and outputting 0. What? 70 per second. Okay. Without speed modules. Then I just need another requester for this. Which maybe that, who gives a shit about an extra requester, right? That can't be what breaks the build. This can consume 65 and this one can produce something. I don't need inserter. Well, I don't have inserter now. Okay, but this one is also fine. The only thing that is requested in is here, some iron again, and some... so this one could again be basically the same as that one. And then this would be requesting ice and gears. That should be everything we want when this one is connected to the, well, water somewhere. So that's also a nice little module. And then we get this. So we have this one, we have this one, this one. Okay, so we can start collapsing things. That's a lot of stuff there. Oops. Ah. So it's a lot of weird things going on, but this thing here is taking care of what we need. Gets us what we need, right? Missing petrol to petroleum. Yeah, okay, one pipe there. Good. And then this is the inbound of that, which is going to be a little bit tricky to find in this case, but normally not really. But in this case, it's a little bit unfortunate location. Yeah. And then all we need is this one up here, which is the one that actually builds stuff. And how would I do this now? Let's take this and build it closer. So now I'm kind of sort of building it on a line, and then we can see it's not going to be like strict lines. It's yeah, it does have some wasted space. What if we build it something like this? Because now I can contain the whole thing within 2 blocks, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I can contain the whole thing in there, then that seems good. Seems like, oh. Why are they misaligned? Are they? No, they're not. Okay.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Oh, that's not actually good enough. This, it's taking too much space. No. Ugh. And who was that? Kolobok, thank you for the 11 months. Oops, I need to cut it. I don't like that. That looks exceedingly ugly. Okay, and then I just need to figure out a way to do this part, and I can't really figure out what's going on. Wait, whoa. Something got lost here. Oh, it's this one. There. That one got lost. Ugh. Alright. Trash unrequested. That's why. Why is the hype train locked? Because we just had a little baby hype train that got to level 1 and then it didn't want to go anymore. So, thank you, but that means there's no, we can't start a new train. Right now, at least. But still, very much appreciate. I can't really count. 1,000 bits. Wow, thank you. First time chatter with a 1,000 bits. Nice. Woo, there's a lot of junk here. Okay, we've now constrained it, or contained it within... don't like you. Don't like you. Because that is not repeatable, is it? I'd like to move it 1 down, but I could move it... No, I can't move it 1 down. Damn. Okay, then this is where it is. And else seeing the belts have 2x the normal amount of segments right now. Refresh 2x the normal of segments? I don't understand that. I think that's just you. But yes, when lots of robots are in the air, then things do tend to become a little bit weird. Need to empty this. We're still waiting for things to come in. Oh, wow. That's bad. Standing in a non-logistics area. with scrub roboports. Yeah, so I run the roboport here. I don't know what I can do about this one. You know, I could split it. I could just take this one out and go. This is the closest they can be, because then it can get that one. Oh, you know what's gonna happen now. I'm gonna realize that I'd actually much prefer that they were like this then. And I'm not gonna have this because we're gonna use these as requesters. Yeah. And then there's a lot of stuff to fix here. Away. This one is important because it controls these requesters. So this requester is going to request steel up to 1000. We're going to take 1000 as the benchmark for all of this, and the next one is blue. Then it's good old holmium never fails. And then, no, it's not. This was the holmium which I now lost. Yeah, legendary power pulse, yeah. And rare steel filter, yes. And what was this one? Concrete. Okay. Check out. And then these will have a condition that, oh no, 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 no. Good. Whew. They will do that one, and then they'll only do that. Shouldn't they just get their own content? Because now I'm... No, actually, I think it's fine that it says just request 1000. Because if I get more than 1000 circulating, sure, it's fine. Right? Then... yeah. Why the hell is this one not placed? That's odd. Okay, do we think that this is working now? Yeah, except for this one, which I have to find from somewhere. And then we get some random lights here and there. Let's see. Yes. And you do not have a requester. Oh, do you have a requester? Just for some reason didn't have the blue ones, the red ones anymore. So the reds and also the greens, I guess. Greens should also be requested here. This one is full, this one's full. Okay, so once we get some red ones in here. Good, so we're producing a little bit of this. How much should I craft? I don't know. Well, the thing is, when this one is full, then it just stops crafting. And then it stops requesting. And then everything else just gets recycled. So it's actually self-balancing in that regard. This one also good. We're going to have to cut it off from the rest of the network. Yes. This one's good. This one's not so good, but that's should be expected. Right? Yes. Okay. I think I can cut this out as well. We'll do it. And it will eventually empty. And I think I need to kill the connection. Yeah. Now there's two separate networks. Ah, come on. They should be able to. I don't get why they can't find a way to... Oh, because they don't have any logistics chest here. Ooh, that's not good. There you go, that was why. And I don't like... Ah, this one. I need this to just stop working. And then that will just serve as, I don't know, seed capital or something. How do I delete this? I guess it deletes itself. Over time, it'll just delete itself. If I say this one over 16. Yeah. Concrete's still not running. What? Yeah, concrete. Why is concrete not running? Because I'm not really requesting concrete. It's 40 per second, so it's kind of a lot. Why is there nothing in logistics storage? Oh, because none of this is in logistics storage. This just deletes itself. And we're not actually building this one yet, so I just kind of wanted to stabilize it before I engaged it. Still not. And that's because we're not getting any concrete for now. Because this is not enabled. And this is a thing. So I wonder how dead this is. Oh man, that's gonna take forever. There you go. So now I'm just gonna be taking... Oh, I don't have those. Oh. Can you describe those combinators next to the recycler output? Yes, I can. They're basically saying anything that it's filtering whatever is in the box and only filtering the stuff that is more than 16. Why 16? Because then it sets the filter of the stack inserter, which means that the stack inserter will always get a full swing because it swings with 16. So it's a way to make sure that you get fully stacked belts by doing it more than 16. So it basically says what's in the box, anything that's more than 16 of, send as output, and then send it into this inserter that then sets the output. And therefore it always swings. It always swings with the stuff that is, well, I guess one of them. And then it changes as it gradually empties and gradually has less things that have more than 200 in. So for example, this one here, or in this case, it's now over 16. And then it continues. So this is how we guarantee that this belt is always fully stacked. Really convenient. There's actually a little bit of things working, and that's because we enabled all of this. Okay. Yeah, because we got all of these converted into logistics chests. Or provider chests. Passive provider chests. So that they're available to this build over here. It's just a way for me to get rid of this build. And you can see that since there's nothing new coming in, it's just gradually emptying. And becoming more and more irrelevant and lower tier stuff. Like now we're exporting a lot of holmium. Again, I don't care about the exporting the holmium. This is all like free resources that we can just get more of if we want. So it's all about sort of having the design like this and seeing it works. And if it works, then we can copy more of them. Then we just have to figure out what are we going to do with the bits here. So this one, I just want to see this belt, or this actually being empty. So we can still see 2.1 holmium ore is still in here. It's just that I don't get a good sense of whether this works until I've destroyed this part here. Also a lot here. And something like low density structures is also something that destroys into a lot of components. So that's why we see a lot of plastic and copper now. And the belt is kind of jamming because it's, yeah. It's getting so much output. One, what is it? One LDS becomes, or 4 LDS becomes 20 copper and 5 steel and, or 5 plastic and 2 steel or something, right? Yeah, the regular animations are a little bit silly. This is just one splitter or one module. They could be even more silly. It's just so much stockpiled. You see, this one is not really doing anything. And there was a lot of belts going up. Just see how much we got. Oh my god, that's so much. That's gonna take forever to delete. Okay, never mind. I guess I'm just gonna be hooking this one up. I can't sit here and wait forever for the other one. It'll just destroy itself. Oh. Good. Let's see how this works. all the gears go up here, but these ones are now set to 200. The reason why I'm setting it to 200 is because I want to be able to have the robots being able to get stuff in here. Let's see, how many robots do we have in? That's an awful lot of logistics robots we have in this one. Huh. Yeah. Bloop, 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 bloop. Let's have a look. You should be working fully, 100%. Ooh. Yeah. The chest again full of copper yogurt. That doesn't matter. They'll be deleted by itself, so it'll delete itself. Yeah, so all of this is coming in and they are going out slowly. I don't think this is necessary. It doesn't make any sense for me to do that. I don't think it needs to be stacked belts here. Does it? No. Maybe it does, but these ones should then be 16 because I don't want them to be... Oh, there's a red. There you go, that's better. They were simply not exporting. So that's why. Because they wanted to wait for 200 and there's no reason to have them stuck here. This is just export, export, export. Good. So that was why it was rolling so slowly. Shouldn't these be stack inserters? No. Not really. No, definitely not. They should be continuously working. Okay, this one is still frantically exporting. Whoa. Oh. Wire? So something must have circulated up. Oh, yeah, copper wire up here. Well, it will just be deleted eventually. More copper wire. Where are you? Maybe I'll just do this one for now. Still a lot of surplus. We have some in here. Hormone plates. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to leave it. 91 total out need to be stacked. Thank you. In the scrap recycler, you might want to use a splitter to merge the output instead of sideloading the second time. Here? Woo! Aerial Ace, thank you for the 10 gift sub. Wow, welcome. Awesome. Does it make a difference? I don't think it does. It does. You're right. It's better. Hey, any tips for making Glebber safe from stompers in self-sufficient way? Don't have coal on Glebber yet. Well, you should have coal on Glebber, but the answer is artillery. It's like, oh yeah, but no, it's artillery. Once you establish artillery and have it the range bigger than your pollution range or spore range, then you're never going to be attacked. And that's it's preventing attacks more than it's anything else. And if you see that you suddenly get attacked a little bit, then just increase the range. They're dirt cheap. All right, yeah, you're right, my break, and it's my last hour. With those glorious 10 Gift subs coming in just out of the blue. Good. So we're going to take a short break. Now we have our module. Then we're going to see how it performs. I don't think it performs 1 per second, but I think it's the size that I was hoping it would be. So that's nice. Be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, diffuse. Thank you for the 71 months. Thank you very much. And all right, so this has been chugging along while I've been on a break. Oops. What have we learned? It's much better with this balancer here, so thank you. So what we can see is that it looks like none of them are stockpiling, right? The fact that it's not like a lot of stuff here is really nice. So it is gradually getting all the stuff out here. And also this one is still overflowing. But it is outputting pretty fast, so it's good. Up here, now that it's reached the sort of stable situation, what do we have here? Ooh, 288. Okay. Wow, that's not bad. Copper storage. That one storage. Oof. Don't know what I need to do with that, but I don't need it. I can also just go into the other realm here. Yeah, and then I can unload it into the main area. It's not actually that busy. Let's see. What about Holmium? Legendary. Yeah, this is not really very useful, is it? This graph doesn't tell us anything. Like, there's been a consistent supply here, and now we built the new thing, and then it's all over the place. Sometimes lower, sometimes way higher. How is it even falling down there when the other one was building? Is the other one stopped? Because then it kind of crashed, so it looks like... Oops. This one is not working. No, it is working. Yeah, it is working. We're also having a decent amount of this. 91,000 holmium plates. 75,000 of that. It's a little strange because I don't really have a sense of how good it is. Also, it's now stockpiling here, so it's not fast enough with 2. That's not great. This one I can also just throw away. So we can put in some more. Oh, legendary concrete is being... Oh, that's awful. That's so much junk. Yeah, okay. So apparently that actually does require quite a bit with all the legendaries that has to be reprocessed here. And in several steps, because all this is because we had a batch of legendary blue circuits that needed to go out. And now we get the next step. There you go. Okay. Is it working fast enough? Because it looks like it's now processing everything again. Look, there's no stockpile again. Now it's just this little junk here, which should be coming out quickly. Yeah, so it's actually fast enough. Look at that. No, it worked. It worked itself out. There was a little batch. Maybe when it got one batch of like one of these procced to legendary. That means I get 12.5 steel plates, 12.5 processing plants, 12.5 holmium, 12.5, no, not 12.5 holmium, 37.5 holmium. And the holmium is stored, but the 12.5 processing units goes around and gets reprocessed, and the concrete also. So yeah, that means when we get a proc, we'll have a little bit of a backlog, like this one. Is that? No, that's not it. It's a little... That's just some green circuits here. There's also some red ones. We want to see one there. No, that's also weird. Yeah, I don't know. It seems wasteful to delete legendary things, but we just have so much of it that it doesn't really matter. I want to see some batch of legendary holmium. No legendary home. Little purple worms that turn the corner. Whee! At the old blue chip build, your copper is getting stored and not recycled. At my old blue chip build. What the hell is my old blue chip build? Okay, you keep saying something. I should probably listen to what you say then. At my old blue chip build. Is this one my old blue chip build? Yeah, don't care. Don't care. It doesn't matter. Then it'll just pass by and then be deleted. It's this one that's a problem. But this doesn't matter. Then it just gets deleted. So it was actually this one. But you pointed out that the issue. And we found it. Good. This one is just supposed to be deleting everything now. Don't think I need that either. Look at that. Suddenly everything is green. That's because there must be a big batch of blue circuits that got reprocessed. And then we'll see a big batch of turning orange from all the gears. Oh, sorry, all the wires and cable, wire, copper, whatever. As you look away, the legendary holmium immediately rolls by. Of course, it's not going to work when I'm looking at it. It's only going to work when I'm not looking at it. Yeah. Okay, so this one will just take a little bit more time to delete everything. This doesn't really tell me anything. Because it comes out so all over the place. It is what I also don't get is why this one can have dropped to 0. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a train was stuck and it didn't get supply that one. Damn, this one takes 3 hours and 9 minutes of progress. It's also getting a little bit expensive, this part. 13 million. Maybe we'll switch back to the other one a little bit. Okay. I think I want to build exactly one more. And then that one more build will be timing it from it starts until it actually gets working, right? This is a legendary, yes. So the build is actually just that. And then we just, the only thing we need for this to work is, and obviously we don't need all of this because sulfuric acid, we have enough of that. But for the sake of consistency, we are going to have to treat it as one module. Maybe I should actually build it in try to break connection. If I build it up here, if I build it all the way up here, then I can take you out. Just so that it becomes a separate logistics network. I think that would be good. So now this is a separate logistic. No. Soon it's a separate. Now it's a separate logistics network. Does it have robots? It has 42 logistics. That's not 200. What? Something logistics. How many logistics are working? Almost none. Wonder where they all went. Here. Oh no! Don't trash. Damn it. That should be fine. Okay. 1,000. Definitely enough. Okay, and then I built this one. And then we're gonna have to... Ooh, what is this? And no protection. There. Okay, what are we missing? Some explosives and some of the other ones. That's maybe something we can actually get. This looks like we have a lot of blue circuits here. Yeah, 263. I don't know why, but I guess we do. Maybe that's just from the build we were building. Ooh, that's legendaries exported here. Explosives and that. Good, let's run back. Why not using all legendary? Because at the time that I built this, I didn't have it, so I was just building like a smattering of better bots. And then I have not felt the need to go back and redo that. So right now I'm like, yeah, it's nice. It's kind of a thing. Okay, so this thing here, and we have a box. We want to make absolutely sure there's no incidental holmium in here. There we go. And then what do we need to engage this? We need some scrap. Good. We can get that from here. I know this is way too much, but oh, is this? Oh, damn it. That's misplaced. Damn. No. Sucks. Are we ready? What is missing? Is anything missing? We don't have anything pre-ready things, so everything will have to be crafted from scratch. So I guess we'll just see if it works when you just craft it from scratch here. So much. And now I'm just, stuff is going on. I have no idea what's going on. It's just, it's a thing.
Our illustrious champion returns.
And Fetch, thank you for the 21 months. And we got rid of it. Cool. Okay. And we now have this one that will... Oh, shit, we should have put a timer on. Okay, what time is it? It is 35. I'm just gonna put a start a timer now, and then we'll run it for 10 minutes, and then we'll see if what it'll be like in 10 minutes, and then there you go. Just a 10-minute counter, and then when it counts in 10 minutes, I'll be surprised, like, what the hell? Where's there a timer on? But the first thing we need to see is, does it work? Does it, no, first thing is, does it get stuck? It doesn't appear so. Second is, will it actually do stuff? And are there any bottlenecks? Or what are the bottlenecks? We want this thing to be the bottleneck, like the processing speed here. This should be fully processing, not running everything into the belt. The fact that the belt is pretty much always running is a little bit concerning, because we should not be able to run full belts in here. Close though, but not quite. How fast is the other belt moving? Yeah, not so fast. The robots are not actually that concerning, to be honest. I was kind of thinking this would be robot intensive, but now when we look at this one, How robot intensive is it? Not even 100. So like 90 robots, 90 logistics bots in the air for a build, that's nothing. And it's short distances, so that's also good. Let's have a look. Yes, everything is coming in at good speed, so. Have some startup time, so maybe start the timer after some time. True. And that's also what I did. I did started it after a little bit. But it should be working now. This one, there's a little bit over. We just see. But they're still like really low quality here. It's just primarily working on this one. We're not really getting any higher ups. Like a little bit of uncommon, but mainly here. What about this one? Look at that. Ooh, we just got a nice batch. It comes in big batches. It started after the first Holmium into the box. That's a little unfair, I think. That was the first 32 that came in. It comes in at 37. But it is going to be spiky and it's definitely better. But exactly how much it's producing, I think I'll need to have this running for extended time. So start time for the first legendary is 4 minutes, but that could be luck. The first one could proc as a legendary, and then it would be like 0 startup time. Because it also depends on if it's this one that procs, then it's 25% chance that this is proccing. No, it's actually more. It's 31% chance of it proccing, so yeah. I'm a little bit thinking that should I have 2 of these? I don't know. Because on the other hand, this one is barely keeping up. And okay, why is this barely keeping up? This is doing 270 per second. Oh, this is... That's the one. It's actually this one. Oh no. This needs to be redesigned, like really seriously overhauled. Yeah, so our bottleneck for the whole build is actually not Holmium. If we look at the Holmium in this area. Come on, prove me right. Yes, it's already 1.9 because I can simply not convert it fast enough. Oh dear. What if I did that? Then I lose productivity. 75% productivity. But I also... Okay. How fast do I proc it now? Oh, it's... Really? Why does it... 275. What? 297. It's slower? It's slower with speed modules. Okay. Okay, so I don't need anything in here. So let's look at this build and then look at it outside of logistics area and try to redesign it. This is something else, so keep that aside. You can probably just get from the other one, but then let's... This is not even enough. Yeah, that's a good location. Good. $50. 17 plus 17 plus 200. Never done this before. Leap over itself. But it's a good build. It makes sense. And this one just needs to be faster. Now you're doing 237, so that is almost enough. 34 between these two, and that means 237. 237. That's. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Brilliant. But it's still consuming way more than it. This is not even enough. Even then. But then this is it's barely over half, but it's also like producing way too much. I only need like, what did I need? 37 or something. So I think this is going to be fine, right? Do we like this better? Problems with it? No ice in here, but oh, we don't have anything that feeds the ice. Okay, I don't really care so much that I'm wasting a lot of these boxes. That's not really a precious resource. Oh no, I'm using one too many. I think 4 homing maker. I think so too. It's just that I don't really want to make 4 homing maker, but I do think that this is enough. Replacement. Tear it down, build it up again. Off we go. Go. This is working, this is working. They are outputting. Okay, good. So we can see that this is stockpiling and not everything that is produced is being consumed. So that means we're producing enough. We're not producing the maximum what this can produce, but we're producing enough that this one is no longer stalling. So now everything is working up here. Good. That means we need to replace this build down on the other side as well. This one's gonna have the same issue. It just was hidden because we yeah. Oof. Oh. Yeah, we just couldn't see it before.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Illustrious champion, UAV guy. Thank you for the 67 months. Why am I clock beeping and complaining? Because I want to know what you got here. 144 in 10 minutes is 14 per minute. That's not so much. That is kind of pathetic. But we also had like issues and stuff, so I don't really know what that means. We're not hitting the concrete bottleneck. This is actually the bottleneck right now, which I really regret that it is. I don't really know how to make it not the bottleneck. Because obviously if I built 2 of those, yeah, sure. But then I can't use these here. And then I would be like, the best option would be building it up here. So. What do you want to be the bottleneck? Holmium would ideally be the bottleneck, but any of the things that I can't produce more of anyway. So that would be either holmium or concrete. Because holmium and concrete, they are fixed. They have a upper bound based on the scrap production. So either of those should be the bottleneck. And right now, this is idle, and all of these boxes are full. And that's not good, because if they're all full, then clearly we are not really... I mean, we could be producing faster. Move the Roboport and place it there. You don't need belts for the second one. I don't understand that you don't need belts for the second one. Like, okay, so let me just do this for just so you can see. So you can explain it to me, because I don't get that, what you're saying. Like, how would I get stuff inbound here? I can't branch this. This is already branched, so... Bleh, right? Use beacon and destroy my quality. No thanks. Whoops, that's the wrong one. So no. But yes, this would be the right place, but then I'm thinking, okay, what I would want to do is not actually that, but actually having these 2 as belts inbound. But then that kind of defeats the point of the storage here. Or, you know what, I can actually, now I get it. Now I get it. Because I could just request it in, couldn't I? And then, sure, the recycled stuff only goes up here, but this one will just work if there is enough. So yeah, of course. Yeah. Would like the whole thing to be moved, move 1 tile over. Not gonna lie, that would be nice. So this is working, this is working. Now it's just burning through the stockpile, and then it's gonna be interesting to see which one of these will be the bottleneck. I think I can carefully try to move everything over. Oh no, no, it can't be done, because if I do that, then it collides with that. Oh man. Okay, so you're gonna be staying here, and then never mind, we're back to where we started. Lovely. Oh, I can just put it in here. And G-Wolf, thank you for the tier 3 for 33 months. Wow. Very nice here at the tail end of the stream. Good. Then I'd have to move it the other way, which I can't do that either. Not happy. I'm still of the belief that these 2 will be able to work down this this stockpile. Oops, there we go. Big batch inbound. Come on. BMT. There you go. It's empty. Good. So they are able to. And these two are spinning. I think that's much better that they're spinning. Even though they will at some point not be able to keep up, then it's still good. Stop stations, yes. Stop stations, you're right. I mean, next time we're going to be... I think that these... Oops. Are amazing. Really amazing. Really, really amazing. They are basically substations. And yeah, we can't get those immediately, but they are so good. Even small electric poles, because they are dirt cheap. Even in the beginning, you can just, as soon as you get it, you just make better small electric poles, because they're good. Like, doot, 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 doot. Very nice, right? Very nice. Legendary wood? No, but that's just like not make it legendary wood, but just make it the normal ones and just roll the dice, and then, yeah, sure, 1 in 100 will be upscaled, but sure, the rest you just burn or throw away or store. When you're a Factorio scrub who is only about halfway to building along to the Let's Start Automating series, this all looks gloriously chaotic and comically fast. It is comically fast, you're absolutely right. Ooh, that's a lot of green circuits messing up my build. I hope it gets processed, because now all the other things are coming back. Nom, 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 nom. And then some gears and some sticks and some weird things. Why? Okay, they should not be here. There we go. And that one. Someone needs a light. There. Okay, I think they can actually process it. And now this blue circuit is the stuff that messes up everything. When they do that batch of blue circuits. Come on. Take the blue circuits and be annoying. Ooh, we got some legendaries here. Yep, we go. Now we see all the ingredients from the... Okay, that's not much. More. More. What level of speed are my robots? Don't know. It's not something I focus too much on. Speed 19. So plus 1,000 speed. It's okay. Oh. Okay, this one is actually too much. Yeah, now you can see all the ingredients here that came out. But it also means that we got more here. Let's see. 60. Over the 1 hour, it has jumped up to 60. Here it's up to 200. Okay, this is almost 2 per second. Woo! Whoop, whoop. There you go. Oh, right, then... There. You're out. And this one can also be taken out. And even though it's using a lot of resources, then this little teeny tiny thing is still gonna last a while. Okay, I like this. How are you making legendary holmium? That's the whole thing we're working on today. This is how we make legendary homing. What a mess this is. So we're taking scrap and we're getting all the things we want to make. Why are you not output constrained? To make this. I don't like this. This seems like now we're actually choking here. It's not impossible to make a bigger build. This one would have to move on the other side for it to work. Oh, more legendary stuff that I'm recycling, which is going to be more stuff that gets blocked. What are you working on? Steel? Yeah, steel's annoying to work on. There we go. That's a good batch. And then we can get rid of the green ones. Yes, yes, get rid of them. So it is getting rid of stuff. It's just... That's a small optimization here. Honestly, that would actually help a lot more. So that the stuff that flows through is on the inside. And all this is on the outside. So that they are not blocking the output. Of course, it means that we take the inside first, but at least I don't want to block these from producing. We want to keep them producing all the time. Yep. See, the thing is, over time, I don't need more recycling. It's just when I get a legendary one, then it produces legendary blue circuits, and they take a little bit of time. Put legendary steel chest and hazard concrete built on the side of the cycler. I was thinking the same thing, and I was like, is that just too weird? It's such a rare occurrence, and it honestly isn't really needed. Oh no. The weirdest thing we've ever created, maybe. Legendary hazard concrete. And this is legendary steel chests. It's so rare that it needs. Give it extra hazardous. Let's see if these are... Yeah, okay, these can't export fast enough. If you look at this... No? Really? There's something wrong. No, because they're looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, okay, so 1.5, 800, 800. We can't get rid of all of this. Yeah, there's nothing much you can do about it. It's there will be some that are not working fast enough, and then they'll just go further down the line and go into the other ones. Yeah, hazard concrete. It's not a warning that there's something hazardous. It's just concrete that is truly hazardous. Okay, so we got... that's not much we got here, I feel. Oh, that's the top one. Ah, okay. And 1.7k. Time for us to wrap up and look at this one. So on a 10 minute, we're now hovering less than 100. It's not as good as I'd hoped. I think it can be tweaked, but it's also interesting to figure out where is the problem. Now you're not producing. That's a problem in and of itself. See all this junk here on the goes on the inside, but these keep working by placing on the top. And sure, it means they're going to be stockpiling, but hopefully before they stockpile with all the way up there, all the rest of it gets processed. Come on, process faster. Steel is really annoying. Steel is really slow to process. Why are you doing like this? Come on. Damn concrete. Some things are slow. Concrete. Hazardous concrete is slow. Yeah, this is still getting stuck. There we go. That's a fast one. The concrete is... It has to get rid of this part. Ugh. I just want to see it work. Yeah, this is annoying. I think that will be fixed by this. Oh, this actually makes a big difference, because it means that not only does the steel process faster, but also the hazard concrete doesn't become breakdown to concrete and sticks that also needs to be processed, and they are a relatively slow process. This one just gets turned into concrete again and then get processed. Yeah, okay, so I think this is worth it. Is there anything else we could do to... Not really. It's the blue circuits that suck. Yeah. Haha. Legendary buffer chests. Legendary deleting. That's also true. That could be just done and basically let it go up here and delete into its own thing. Because over time it's not going to be there. It's just going to be like, now it's not a problem. It's just in... It's stockpiling. So maybe this is not even the best thing, but just put a simple recycler and get it in there. I don't know. Not what we... It's not going to make a big difference today. Not today at all. But this is not 100... This is not 1 per second though. And I don't know how to calculate what this actually is. Well, I do. I should probably just... What should I do? Stop it, rebuild it, and then let it run for an hour without breaking. So... Why not craft legendary EM plant, by the way? What do I need it for? Why would I do that? This is not about crafting legendary electromagnetic plants. This is about getting legendary holmium. So if I do that, I just lose the legendary holmium. So, saying that the rarity increases the storage size of chest, but not the storage size. Yes, I know. Or tanks as well. Tanks should also be upgraded. Damn. Ooh. I need to stop. Which one is not working? Dude, what? Why? Why is it? Oh, there must have been like a drought of something, and now it's filling up because it's coming online again, but I don't know what it was that was dipping. No idea. Another time, another day. Monday is tomorrow, so we're going to be streaming tomorrow. So join me again tomorrow, and we'll be finishing this one up. Maybe just making like 5-10 of those so that we can actually feel that we get some progress, and then we'll see. Beautiful for your science. Yeah, we do need to do upgrade science, so that might be something I want to do next time. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you everyone. Good night, take care, and stay effective. Also check out my video today.